all. Students of Integrated BTech and Tech Defense Technology, Semester 3 at Amity Institute of Defense Technology warmly welcome you all to our campus of Amity University, Noida. We are indeed privileged to have amongst us a distinguished guest, Ms. Deepakshi Shah, Director, ISSA, Brigadier D.S. Bajaj, Commandant War Deck, Lieutenant Colonel Gautam Khurana, War Deck, and senior scientists from ISSA, Shri Varun Kumar Singh, Scientist F, Shri Arun Dayal, retired scientist. We would also like to welcome Dr. W. Sarvamurthy and other senior members from Amity fraternity present here. This gathering is a celebration of our shared passion for a self-reliant nation, and we are in for a day filled with inspiration, learning, and connection. Thank you all for being here. Let us make this a memorable experience for everyone. Let's begin this special occasion with the lighting of a lamp, symbolizing the triumph of light over darkness and knowledge over ignorance. I now invite our honorable guests on stage to grace the ceremony and light the lamp.
To begin today's session, may I invite Dr. Neeraj Kumar, Additional Director and Academic Head, Amity Institute of Defense Technology, to welcome our guests. Before I call upon Sir, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce him to the audience. Dr. Neeraj has 20 years of experience in teaching undergraduate and postgraduate courses and has experience in organizing conferences, developing manuals for laboratories, setting up syllabuses and question papers for various universities. Presently, he is a reviewer for various international SEI listed journals and maybe of various peer reviewing committees for evaluation of scientific projects for countries like Kazakhstan and Israel. Dr. Neeraj Kumar has immense passion for teaching as he helped young students to grow as an engineer. He is committed to provide a nurturing environment to maximize the potential of every student and also develop and implement innovative ideas of teaching. Over to you, sir.
Respected Honorable President, sir, Honorable Chief Guest and Guest of Honor, distinguished guest, esteemed faculty members, and dear students. Good morning and warm welcome. At the outset, I would like to express our deepest reverence and gratitude to our Honorable President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, sir, whose visionary leadership, unwavering commitment to the national development have always inspired all of us. His dream of making India a global superpower in science, technology, and defense domain is inspired all of us in every corner of this Amity. It is under his far-sighted vision and encouragement that this workshop on crisis and military management wargaming has taken shape. We are profoundly honored to have with us our chief guest, Dr. Dipakshi Sir, Director Isha, and guest of honor, Brigadier D.S. Bajaj, Commandant War Deck, along with esteemed scientists and officers who have joined us and whose distinguished careers and contribution to the field of defense and national security are a true source of inspiration for our student and faculty members. The presence of such inspirational leaders greatly enrich this event and reinforce the importance of academic defense collaboration in nurturing the next generation of technologists. I wholeheartedly extend a warm welcome to all the honorable guests here. This workshop is a part of Amity continuous effort to blend academic excellence with practical exposure and innovation. Wargaming, as we all know, is much more than a simulation. It is an analytical process used by the armed forces and strategic planners worldwide to anticipate threats, evaluate response, and strengthen the national preparedness. This workshop aims to provide our students and scholars a unique opportunity to explore how strategic foresight, simulation-based learning, and crisis decision framework can be effectively help to analyze complex defense situations. Through expert talks and interactive session, participants will gain an understanding of how wargaming enables not only military preparedness but also the development of analytical and leadership skills essential for modern defense professionals. In the word of Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Karmasu Kausalam means perfection in action is true wisdom. This workshop is a step forward, a step toward that very wisdom, combining knowledge, technology, and strategy, thought to prepare our young mind for real world challenges. I welcome the following scientists from ESA: Sri Amit Dhawan, Scientist G, Sri Arvind Mehta, Scientist G, Sri Varun Kumar Singh, Scientist F, and Sri Saurabh Patil, Scientist F. These scientists will be joining us in 5 minutes. They are stuck in the traffic. I would also like to place on record our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Chancellor, Sir, Mr. Abhay Chauhan, Sir, Vice President, RDF, Mr. Anmol Chauhan, Sir, Executive Director of Strategic Operation, and our respective senior leadership, respected Vice Chancellor, Madam, Professor W. Selvamurthy, Sir, Professor S.K. Khatri, Sir, Professor Sanjeev Bansal, Sir, for their constant support, encouragement, and guidance in fostering research, innovation, and multidisciplinary learning in defense technology. And finally, to all our participants and students, I urge you to make the most of this opportunity, engage deeply, ask questions, and think critically. This lesson you take from these sessions will go far beyond from this classroom and help you to evolve as a future technologist, innovator, and strategic thinker for our nation. Once again, I warmly welcome you all and wish the workshop a great success. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. We here at Amity have always appreciated the presence of our guests. And keeping that tradition in mind, we would now like to welcome our guests with a sapling, signifying life and growth that we wish upon our guests. Now I request Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri, Dr. Selva Murthy, and Professor Dr. Neeraj Kumar and other dignitaries from the Amity family to present the sapling to our guests. Now, it is my privilege to introduce Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Academics. With more than 26 years of experience as an academic leader.
Thank you. I think if anyone has to give any introduction of any of us at MIT, I think two words are more than sufficient. One is MIT, one is Honorable Founder President. He is giving his blessings to all of us. There is no better introduction for any one of us at MIT. This is a very important two-day workshop on crisis and military wargaming, and today we have at this very auspicious occasion of the introduction and welcome of this workshop with the chief guest presents Ms. Dipakshi Shahji, Director ISA. We have our guest of honor, Brigadier D.S. Bajaj, Commandant Warwick, and my very old good friend Navneet Bhushanji, who is going to be the resource person for this workshop for the next 2 days. We had a lot of connections in terms of research also for that time and met number of times during such events of conferences and deliberations going on. This is a very important day for our students to see such luminaries, such learned people from their own field, because the students sitting here from defense technology, these people who are here today, spending their valuable time, leaving all the work, what they have to do, coming here just only for you. Can we have a big round of applause for our guest of honor and chief guest for the day? It's very important for all of you to please carefully listen what words of wisdom will be coming from them. Dr. Neeraj is very ably and successfully heading this institution under the mentorship of Dr. W. Selvamurthy ji, our DG at C, Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, and President Astif. This institution has been very close to the heart of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, who, after being for 3 decades in Germany, came back to India just with one purpose: to serve to the cause of society, to serve to the cause of education, and to help India become the knowledge superpower through his contribution in the field of education. And on this line, Honorable Founder President has established so many campuses, so many universities in India and abroad, but today 12 universities in India, with Hyderabad being added to this as a feather to this cap this year itself, and 17 campuses globally, 2 international schools in partnership with Hero, one at Bangalore, one in New York, which has commenced this year itself 28 preschools and schools in the name of MIT International School all over India, and also in Norway and in South Africa and in UAE. Why our Honorable President, if you see, has been spending so much time. He used to wake up till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the night, just because for all of you, dear students, just because for all of us. And because he is spending so much time, it is our duty also to respond him back with the commitment and responsibility that we will take his vision, his mission to fruitfulness and to make MIT as among the top of the world premier institutions. We are already in the leading institutions in India with the top ranked in terms of placement in QS all over India for the last 13 years, consistently being ranked not for profit #1 university in India. But yes, this institution especially and this program, which has been so closely guided, launched under the blessings of Honorable Founder President, is so much that he has promised Dr. Neeraj that I will be available throughout this inauguration. So much time, so many events are going on in the campus every day. But if he is available for all of you during this whole 1.5 hours, it means a lot. It means a lot. And that is the reason, dear students, faculty members, and we all at MIT, we have to make sure that what his expectations are, we have to fulfill them. This is a very important two-day workshop on a very important theme of crisis and military wargaming, which will help students participate in the simulated crisis or conflict situations, fostering teamwork, leadership, situational awareness, conceptualize new technologies, models, strategies that could enhance the operational effectiveness and defense preparedness among the students. To the guests, it's really from the bottom of our heart, we thank you for being here because your presence today will prepare our students for the role in defense R&D, system analysis, strategic planning, and operation management by exposing them with your ideas, with your experience, how to handle, how to listen to, how to respond to the practical defense problem solving frameworks that today the government of India, the organizations such as DRDO, the organizations such as ISRA, the organizations which are allied to the defense technologies and space technologies are working today. I congratulate Dr. Neeraj for organizing this two-day workshop. Every year we do it. This year again we are doing it. This is a part of experiential learning program of our students. But the way he presented it, making it an opportunity for having our chief guest and guest of honor and such learning people, we, as he was telling, that we are going to have scientist G from ESA joining us. Definitely listening to all of them over the next 2 days is a great time for all of us. All the best to our students and hope that you will take every moment out of it as an outcome. Our Honorable Founder President sir always says, it has to be outcome driven, mission outcome. कपिल शुक्ल जी बैठे हैं, इनका काम यही है कि मिशन आउटकम हो रहा है कि नहीं। और इस समय हमारे ऑनरेबल फाउंडर प्रेसिडेंट कहते हैं कि अगर आप कुछ भी करते हैं कैंपस में, कुछ भी समय, कुछ भी एफर्ट होता है, इतने सारे फैकल्टी, इतने सारे स्टाफ लगे हैं, आपके HOIs, आपकी फैकल्टी लगे हैं, केवल एक चीज हमें सुनिश्चित करनी है कि हम सब कुछ इससे जो भी बेस्ट सीख सकें वो सीखें, तभी इस ऑब्जेक्टिव को फुलफिल किया जा सकता है. Then only we can convince and satisfy our honorable founder president that whatever we are doing is on the track that he wish for. Wish you again all the best for the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. It is an honor to introduce Dr. W. Sarvamurthy. He is presently working with Amity University as President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, Director General for Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation, and Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, and Chairman, Amity Institute of Defense Technology. Dr. Sarvamurthy did his Master's in Human Physiology from Christian Medical College, Vellore, Doctorate from Delhi University, and Doctorate of Science from Bangalore. He was also awarded DSc from 5 universities in recognition of his outstanding research and development contributions in life sciences. Dr. Sainamurthy has served DRDO, Government of India, for 40 years, in which all the health-related and life science-related technologies were developed and inducted in the armed forces for keeping the health and efficiency of soldiers even in extreme operational environments. His R&D contributions include development of life support technologies for soldiers, NBT defense technology, nanotechnology application for defense, application of yoga for the armed forces, military psychology, and others. He was the leader of the first Indo-Soviet scientific expedition to the Arctic Circle for polar physiology research. He superannuated from DRDO on 28 February 2013 as Distinguished Scientist and Chief Controller, Research and Development, and joined Amity University. In recognition of his significant contribution to biomedical research and development, he has been awarded a number of prestigious research awards, including the CSIR National Award for SNT Innovations, presented by the Honorable Prime Minister of India 2012. May I now invite Dr. W. Sainamurthy to deliver the opening remarks for this session. Sir, please. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, friends. Students, let's give a big clap to our very distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, and also to our Honorable Founder President, who has been observing this program right from the beginning. In fact, before the commencement of the program, exactly around 10 o'clock, he called me on phone. He was to address also at the end of this inaugural session, but he is unable to come suddenly due to exigencies of other commitments. So he conveyed his blessings, best wishes, and also love and affection and blessings to all of you, all of us, for a very fruitful outcome from this 2 days workshop. And Honorable Founder President, thank you so much for your interest in this particular program, as well as for nurturing Amity Institute of Defense Technology and a whole of Amity universe, which you have created, which was mentioned by Dr. Khatri, that today we have 250,000 students, 10,000 faculty, 5,000 PhD scholars. So this is Amity. And this is created by Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji. And for him, this program holds a special significance, because ISA, Institute of System Studies Analysis, which is a very important lab of DRDO, it's also very close to the heart of our founder president, Dr. Chauhan, because he has visited ISA and he has also been interacting with Navneet Bhushan and this program. He was the first one to launch Amity Institute of Defense Technology. This was a very historic milestone in Amity, because we done many programs. But then this niche program of MTech Defense Technology was started by Amity University with his blessings and his own initiative. So today, Founder President is so happy to see that this program is doing very well. And we have now started a BTech MTech Integrated Defense Technology Program, BTech in Defense Technology Program in 7 verticals: combat vehicles, aerospace, naval system, directed energy weapons, high energy materials, sensors and communications, and also AI and cyber security. So 7 verticals in which we are running program. So I'm sure we need large number of human resource with the increasing demand of defense technologies and defense corridor coming up in both UP as well as in Tamil Nadu. The whole country is vibrant and participating in this very niche area of defense technology development. So I'm sure Amity will contribute significantly to this initiative of the Government of India to make India self-reliant in defense technologies, particularly critical defense technologies. That is the mandate of DRDO, that's the mandate of services, Army, Navy, Air Force. And so we are all here to see how do we make it happen. So Honorable Founder President, thank you so much for your blessings and being with us. And we need your continued support, patronage, blessings for the success of and growth of the whole Amity universe and Amity growth. And we are also very fortunate to have a young dynamic leader, Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan. He has sent his greetings to all of us, and he conveyed best wishes to our distinguished guest, Director Issa, Commandant of the Wardak, and all the distinguished guests who have joined us today. So Dr. Atul Chauhan, Chancellor, is a product of London School of Economics and University College of London. So this is how the Amity group is governed by very eminent luminaries. Mr. Amol Chauhan is a product of Harvard. So all these trustees and Madam Chairperson is PhD in Sanskrit. So this is the group which governs. That is how the Amity is growing exponentially, both horizontally and vertically. Today we have 13 universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools. So that is our strength today. And that is research and innovation driven. Today we have 2,600 patents to our credit. Amity has filed 2,600 patents, almost more than 500 patents granted, and also 35 technologies transferred to the industry. So we work with Army, Navy, Air Force. We have a MOU with ARTRAC. We have MOU with through that with Wardak, and also we have MOU with Navy. So now we are planning to have one MOU with the Air Force also, so which we are now looking at. So and we have a few MOUs with DRDO, including with ISA. So these are all bring synergy, as Dr. Chauhan always says. Three missions are very important. The first mission is to connect with people. We should not be in silos. We should work together as one team. Civil military fusion and also working together will make our strength as a force multiplier. So that is one mission, connect. Mission synergy. When you connect, work together, that brings synergy. We want to work with ISA, we want to work with Wardak, we want to work with services. We have so many service officers in our campuses, more than, at least I can say, about 50 service officers of the rank up to Lieutenant General, like General Gadioke, and we have so many service officers from Army, Navy, Air Force. So that itself shows our keenness to contribute to this area of strengthening our comprehensive national security. So with this, I welcome all those very distinguished guests. I would like to now welcome the chief guest today, Ms. Dipakshi Shah. She is a person whom I have been seeing her growth and contribution in DRDO for almost more than 3 decades. I have been seeing the immense contribution which she makes in ISA. She has grown with the Institute of System Studies Analysis, which is the first lab. Whenever you launch a major initiative or a program, we will ask how is the system going to be useful for our security? So she will do the modeling, simulation, and also arrive at n number is required. And then she will look at RMA, the Revolution in Military Affairs concept, everything they will look at in the modeling and ultimately bring what is required, whether the system is required to be launched at all, with the considering the threat scenarios. So they will do the threat scenario assessments. And then what is that we have in our inventory and what is that need to be added and how it is going to impact the national security. So all this is a big lab, which is ISA. And some of our students are visiting every year. And I'm so grateful to you, Dipakshi, that our students are being nurtured, groomed. And this is continuing for the past almost a decade. So we like to look forward to your continued support. And let's give a big clap to our distinguished chief guest today, Dipakshi. Her area is operational research, wargaming, which is what is going to be discussed today. So she is the national expert today in wargaming, and she's doing a two major program right now from ISA. One is for a naval operations. The wargaming as a very big program. Then she is also doing a major program for tri-services wargaming because now it's an integrated operation. So wargaming cannot be in independent services, Army, Navy, Air Force. So how do you operate together? So tri-services wargaming, and then with Wardak, they are a major contributor, partner, collaborator. There is no difference between ISA and Wardak. So that kind of synergy we have with Wardak. So I'm so grateful to Dipakshi, that she accepted our request and have come with very distinguished delegation from ISA.
Because every time when we organize this workshop, at least 5, 6 people come, very senior level people. I'm so grateful that you are all here. And we have with us Dr. Arun Dayal, and so he is here, and also Dr. Varun Kumar Singh, and the other guests, they just joined today, a little late because there was a traffic jam en route, and we welcome each and every one of you from ISA. Thank you so much for joining, and we want to contribute to you. This is what Dr. Ashok Chauhan keeps telling, that we should be a major contributor. Large number of faculty, students should contribute to ISA, and Dr. Founder President, we will make it happen. And presence of such a high power delegation from ISA is a testament that this is going to be really happening, that Amity will contribute significantly. We are indeed privileged to have Brigadier D.S. Bajaj. Now, I had a very brief interaction. I had met him when I visited Wardak, along with Lieutenant General Gadiok, and also along with Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, who is now in UPSC as a member. So he was the Army Commander RTRAC. When he was here, he has come here, we have signed an MOU, and we want to do many more things with Wardak. So I have seen his enthusiasm, zeal, dynamism, leadership in Wardak, because when I saw the initiatives which he is taking, that how do you develop a modern, state-of-the-art wargame? That is, which will be useful for, particularly for Army, also to the Navy and Air Force. So he has now, made a novel approach, not only depending only on ISA. ISA is the core lab which has given the foundation and which is giving the wargaming to the services. But then how also from their side, connecting with industries who have the capability. So you digitize the whole futuristic requirement and give it in small bits, and then you integrate it. That kind of novel initiative is very welcome, because strength exists in civilian sector, in industry, and in academic institution like Amity. So that is what we are now trying to do, that he is trying to do at Wardak. Brigadier Bajaj, at your presence here is again reassuring us your support from Wardak to Amity University, and particularly Amity Institute of Defense Technology. And we will contribute to you as well, because we have a very powerful AI Center of Excellence, artificial intelligence, with 10 petaflop computing capability. I don't think even IITs or big universities will have this in India. So we have 10 petaflop, we are upgrading it to 60 petaflop computing capability. So we can do wonderful things. We have a data analytics center here. So all this we can feed in to your Wardak as well as ISA, because you have a huge data sets, huge database. And so we can do the modeling, different kind of LLMs can be developed, different kind of softwares can be developed. So please do visit after this program. I will take you to both of you to the Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence. We are launching on a big quantum mission, Amity Quantum Mission. This is just about a fortnight ago. Dr. Atul Chauhan, the Chancellor, has announced quantum technologies. Amity has to be a major contributor. So we have an Amity Quantum Mission aligned with the National Quantum Mission, in which we are looking at quantum computing, quantum communication, and quantum sensing, quantum materials, and metrology. So all the 4 verticals, which is the part of the national quantum mission, Amity has launched a big mission, because we have about 70 faculties in our group working in quantum directly. And then there are so many people indirectly. So this is the power of Amity Universe, that we have in every domain tremendous strength. We have published 2,000 papers in the quantum area so far. And so that is the reason that we have launched a major initiative. We have made strategies how to contribute to this significant domain. So your presence, both Director ISA and also the Commandant of Wardak, will also help us to contribute to their mission from Amity University. Now, I must say a few words about Navneet Bhushan, because he is a product of ISA. He has grown with ISA. And so he is a specialist at the national level wargaming. If you name any consultant, industry, it is Navneet Bhushan, who has been groomed by ISA, and all these colleagues have worked with him. And so he has developed his own consultancy. So in all those institutions where they run defense technology programs like MTech Defense Technology. He is the major person who goes and trains people in wargaming. So Navneet Bhushan, let's give a big clap to him for his contributions. And he has written a few books on this. Please read this. I would urge our students to read. He is a major, not only works on wargaming, but he is writing books on wargaming, textbooks. So please do read this. I'm sure Neeraj has got it in our library as well. So Navneet Bhushan, thank you so much. He is the founder director of Gravity. That is the name of his consultancy company, Gravity. And he is doing many more jobs besides capacity building in the field of wargaming. Now I appreciate our Neeraj Kumar. Neeraj Kumar, the young dynamic leader who is the director of the Amity Institute of Defense Technology. Being a director in a formative stage of an institute is a big challenge because you have to build infrastructure, you have to bring human resource faculties, trained and qualified people. You have to build also the program, make the curriculum, bring the right faculties. So it's a Herculean task to start an institute. That's what Dr. Neeraj Kumar has done in Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, that he has started this Amity Institute of Defense Technology with 7 verticals. He has built this, it will grow exponentially, logarithmically. I'm sure, I'm very confident that with the commitment of the faculties who are sitting here, we're standing there. So all these people are so committed, devoted, they sacrifice so much. And thank you so much for all the faculties of Amity Institute of Defense Technology. Under the leadership of Dr. Neeraj Kumar, you are doing a great job. And then you should make the best in the country and best in the world. This is always the founder president's wish is that. Now coming to the program, I should say a few words about the program itself. See, battle scene is now evolving. So there are disruptions. It used to be earlier, gradual, incremental changes in the scenario, war scenario happen. Like, if you go back fighting with the primitive weapons, animal platforms, then getting into First World War, the Industrial Revolution coming in, then you have all this weapon system. Now, the war scenario is totally changed. What you see in Oxenburg, what you see in the conflict which is happening between Russia as well as the other country, Ukraine, and every war, it has a different dimension, unique dimension, which is multifactorial, multidimensional. It's not just only, conventional war of army, navy, air force fighting, but now the whole economic trade war and sanctions. So diplomatic, the appraisal, and also the diplomatic geopolitical manipulations, all these alliances. So these are all happening in very, very, very fast manner. So how do you build a war game to simulate such a complex situation? If you have to train our soldiers in wargaming, so how do you update this as a rapidly changing war scenarios, which is sometimes very disruptive? So this is what we are going to talk to you in this 2 days workshop today and tomorrow. And I'm sure you will have a wonderful the program here. I welcome each and every one of you. The final message is Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has given a clear vision for the nation, which is Viksit Bharat by 2047. It can happen even before that. So if it has to happen, comprehensive national security is the fulcrum on which you can build development in a sustainable way, inclusive way. So if it has to happen in the Viksit Bharat, then security, how do we tighten them? And that is what DRDO is doing. That's what ESA is doing. That's what services are doing. Directly now working with industry, academia. So now you see 500 items can't be imported. Success by compulsion, you have to develop it by compulsion. So that is the scenario which the government of India is giving, that support, challenge, which Indian intellect is capable of. That is the challenge, and all of us should rise to the occasion, contribute our might, because you should think of futuristic technology, not just only what is needed today, tomorrow. Think of 5 years, 10 years hence. Imagine what will be the kind of scenario, what type of technology is required. This is what Amity Institute of Defense Technology and other institutes should be doing. We have Amity Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology. We have Amity Institute of Space Science and Technology. You look in Amity Institute of Aerospace Engineering. So all this exists in Amity University. This is Amity. So I'm so happy that our students are the best students. Let's give a big clap to our students. No comparison for you. Today they have brought Amity University to 22 position in NIRF. We are only 20 years young. We became university in 2005. In these 20 years, we are now our national ranking through NIRF is 22. And in pharmacy, we are 18. So like this, we have QS, as was mentioned, Times Higher Education. They have all ranked only as Amity as the #1 in India for not-for-profit university. So that is Amity University, and we have also accreditation of NAC, A+, and then we also have accreditation from BASC. We are growing. So finally, the message I want to give is that let us all work together. And there are no boundaries, Amity University, Wardak, or ISRA, or DRU, we are all one. We are all Indians. So let us work with the spirit and give a tangible and intangible outcome coming from this workshop. So students, we like you to be totally involved, mind, heart, and soul into this workshop. Be attentive, learn, because you are going to be the future of the India, future of the world. Not only India, 7 billion, 7.5 billion people you are going to take care of. So prepare yourself, for which you should commit yourself totally. That's what we will see in this workshop. Best wishes and thanks to everyone for being here, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. We have been joined by Brigadier D.S. Bajaj, Commandant, Wardak, alongside Lieutenant Colonel Gautam Karana, Wardak, who has graciously agreed to join this event. May I now take this honor to introduce our guest of honor, Brigadier D.S. Bajaj. Brigadier Deepjot Singh Bajaj brings 35 years of distinguished service in the Indian Army to his podium. His career is a testament to strategic leadership, operational excellence, and a deep commitment to advancing military capabilities. As a decorated officer and a defense scholar, Brigadier Bajaj has a proven track record of innovative problem solving within the complex environments. Brigadier Bajaj's command experience includes leading operational formations with exceptional results, managing personnel and resources to consistently achieve mission objectives. He has the experience of executing the plans created. His contributions have included commanding of diverse military units, including an independent brigade in a challenging desert environment, commanding a battalion in counter-terrorism environment where high altitude regions of Ladakh and in the Western Theater. Then commanding the Indian Army's Wargaming Development Center and spearheading the development of computerized constructive simulation software, furthering the integration of technology into military strategy and operations. This experience of second tenure at the Wardak allows him to advise practically and realistically. Beyond operational command, Brigadier Bajaj has been instrumental in shaping the future military leaders. His service as an instructor at all tri-service organizations demonstrates his commitment to jointness and collaboration with the Indian Armed Forces. As head of the training team at the Defense Service Staff College, he has influenced the professional development of 500 officers annually from across India and 40 friendly nations. He has also been the head of department at the prestigious College of Defense Management, Secunderabad. Because of these roles, he deeply understands wargame design. Brigadier Bajaj's expertise is further enhanced by his advanced education, including his completion of National Defense and Policy Studies program from National Defense College in South Africa. His expertise also includes international collaboration and study in other nations, having participated in strategic visits to Russia, Malaysia, and Vietnam, to name a few. Crucially, Brigadier Bajaj's experience in wargaming is exceptionally varied. He is a practitioner, an instructor of war games and decision-making tools, and a developer of war games. This unique combination provides him with unparalleled insights from all perspectives. In short, he brings unmatched leadership and proven planning expertise combined with a deep and rounded understanding of technology, integration, human capital development, and strategic operations to the talk today. I request sir to kindly address the gathering.
respected Dr. Ashok Chauhanji, the founder president, Dr. Khatri, the additional pro vice chancellor and dean, Dr. Selvamurthy, the director general and chairman of AIDT, Mr. Navneet Bhushan, the director, Graffiti Consulting, Ms. Dipakshi Shah, director ISA, distinguished guests, honorable faculty, scholars, and my dear students. At the outset, I would like to thank the Amity University and Amity Institute of Defense Technology in particular for having invited me for this workshop cum seminar on wargaming. It is both an honor and privilege to be amongst you and be part of this august gathering on a subject that actually lies very close to my heart and which is most imperative for military preparedness and national security, and it is crisis and military wargaming. Coming to an academic institution is always a great pleasure. Such interactions actually keep you young and keep you engaged, and I really cherish each one of them. Before we delve into the operational, academic, and technological dimensions of the topic, I feel it is important for me to define wargaming so that we are on a common pedestal while we speak. So, as I define, wargaming is a strategic simulation or modeling activity used to analyze and evaluate military operations, tactics, and decision-making process, which is most important part. It involves creating abstract scenarios or battlefield situations where participants can test strategies, practice responses, and assess outcomes without the real world risks. So therefore, wargaming as a process is extensively used for training, for planning, and for policy development, and also for testing new concepts or technologies to improve our preparedness and effectiveness in potential real-world conflicts or operations. But let us remember, wargaming is not confined to the military alone. It's actually a mindset. It's a way of thinking that enables us to test choices before we make them, simulate outcomes before they unfold, and anticipate risks before they manifest or materialize. It is as relevant to wargame in the boardrooms as it is on the battlefields. Think for a moment, how many of your recent decisions have been benefited from seeing 2 or 3 moves ahead of time? So ever since human existence began, a good strategy has been essential to the survival. As hunter-gatherers, humans coordinated hunts to ensure success with the least risk and effort. This was the essence, the first war game, where there was planning under uncertainty with stakes of life and death. Even today, we use strategy almost daily. Should we buy a house or should we rent a home? Should we stay in a stable job or should we risk a new opportunity? These are modern days versions of ancient strategic dilemmas requiring us to assess trade-offs, weigh consequences, and make decisions with incomplete information. In today's world, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, strategic thinking is almost indispensable. With artificial intelligence and automation reshaping industries and warfare alike, the ability to think strategically and adapt swiftly is no longer optional. It defines success in business, in national policy, and most importantly, in military profession. Those who master this art and can interpret chaos and yet think clearly become invaluable assets to their organizations, capable of turning confusion into opportunities. Wargaming is a structured, strategic thinking under uncertainty. It helps us test decisions before reality does. Consider a technology firm deciding whether to allocate limited funds towards R&D, towards infrastructure, or towards hiring top talent. Each path carries opportunity and risk with multiple stakeholders and conflicting interests. The leadership team must simulate the outcomes, short-term values versus long-term payoffs, innovations versus stability. That very simulation is wargaming. Similarly, in public policy, urban planning, or crisis management, every choice triggers ripple effects. And before these ripples turn into waves, we need to make them pass through the process of wargaming. Thus, wargaming is just not a tool. It is a philosophy of proactive decision making. Let us dive into the historical perspective or evolution of wargaming. The practice of wargaming predates modern militaries. One of the earliest examples in Indian context would be the game Chaturanga. The Gupta Empire, which is also in around 320 to 550 AD, was a period of significant cultural and intellectual flourishing in India. It is also known as the Golden Period in India. It was at that time that Chaturanga was invented. It was designed to simulate warfare on a board game, and moves were based on dice, giving out probability. The pieces included the Raja, Mantri, Gaja, Aswa, Padati. Each piece represented a different military unit and specific movement and capabilities, mirroring the roles and strengths of those units on a real battlefield. Chaturanga actually simplified the real world warfare by abstracting it with a set of rules and pieces on just a board. It follows a strategy of attrition. If the king is lost, the game is over, even if the entire army is intact. The queen becomes the center of gravity, the loss of which makes the game almost untenable. So Chaturanga is a historical strategy game that offers a glimpse into strategic thinking and military organizations of India, of ancient India, while providing a foundation to one of the most popular board games of today's world, developed by Stephen Welch in 2008. It is also said that traders carried this game along the trade routes, and the variations of Chaturanga resulted in what is known as the modern day chess. If you go towards China, Weiqi or the game Go, they were developed almost in parallel times as Chaturanga. It focuses not on destruction, but control of territory and the balance of power. Where Chaturanga rewarded decisive attack, Go celebrated the patience and positional advantage. Each reflected unique civilizational approaches to strategy. In China, game Go is encouraged right from the school to ingrain the culture of expansionism. And that is what reflects the strategic thought process of the Chinese even today. Moving fast into the 19th century, Prussia, where Kriegspiel emerged as a structured military war game to train leaders, it introduced realistic maps, probabilities, logistics, and rules of engagement, effectively the foundation of modern operational art. Through such exercises, Prussia transformed its officers' corps into thinking warriors, a decisive edge in Europe wars. It can be argued to be the modern day wargaming process as we see today. So we see that wargaming is not new. It is a living military culture, an evolving conversation between intellect and experience, between theory and practice. Coming on to the various types of war games which you see. Over time, wargaming has diversified into several forms, each serving a distinct purpose and suited to different contexts and training for analysis. When we take on to the manual games, such as board games, map exercises, or command post exercises, they rely purely on human judgment and dialogue than on fundamental rules or data. They encourage discussions, foster experiential learning, and allow decision makers to explore courses of action under resource or time constraints. Despite their simplicity, they remain the essential form of wargaming, particularly in settings where flexibility and interaction matter more than precision. When we come on to the computer-based war games, on the other hand, they harness the power of digital platform to simulate complex and large-scale scenarios. They're designed for specific objectives. These games create immersive environments where multiple players interact in almost real time. Each side's decision influences the other. They enable participants to grapple with simultaneous variables, offering both realism and analytical depth. A natural evolution of merging both these approaches is found in something called as hybrid games, which combine human discussion and strategic reasoning with computer-supported execution and visualization. Here, the participants design strategy through deliberation, while outcomes are dynamically generated or displayed by using software tools, blending human intuition with computational presentation. Another form of wargaming is the matrix games. Matrix wargames present another interesting dimension. These are decision-driven simulations where outcomes depend on the quality of arguments presented, rather than strict mathematical models which is followed in computer games. Players simultaneously propose actions and results are assessed within a framework of logic and adjudication. Such games are particularly useful for exploring crisis, gray zone type situation, or scenarios where there is incomplete information. They often allow collaborative problem solving approaches guided by an adjudicator. And these are the main games which are used in a strategic construct. Finally, are the constructive simulations, a job which both ISA and WADEC are into. Constructive simulation softwares represent the large-scale data-intensive, it's actually the end of the spectrum. These simulations use automated actors to model complex operations and interaction between multiple forces. Systems such as Samar, Narang, Arnav, and Jayant in India, Massasod in France, Joint Level Theater Simulation System Global from the United States used by most of the NATO countries, Capiscora from Germany exemplify such approach. They provide scale, realism, analytical necessary for institutional level wargaming and capability assessment. Each of these forms serves a different purpose depending on the type of training goals, the command level to be utilized, and the complexity of the scenarios. We can't say one is superior to the other. Their effectiveness actually depends entirely on the objectives, the resources, time, and the efforts available. What truly determines their value is not the format itself, but the clarity of purpose and the learning it generates. In everyday decision to military doctrines, whatever works for corporate and policy makers applies maybe tenfold when we come on to the military aspects. Wargaming allows commanders to visualize the future conflicts, explore contingencies, and test assumptions before they are tested by war itself. It invites us the timeless question, what if? What if the enemy strikes first? What if the logistics fail? What if the communication collapses under maybe electronic warfare spectrum attack or a cyber attack? What if collusivity happens between two or more adversaries? And so on, so on, and so on. Such simulations are not hypothetical distractions. They are actually rehearsals of reality. They allow leaders to fail safely, to identify vulnerability in plans before men and women risk their lives executing these. Coming into the character of warfare, the traditional boundaries of warfare have actually dissolved. Modern con- uh, conflict exists actually on a continuum from competition and crisis to confrontation, conflict, and combat. There is actually no clear line distinction between peace and war. Therefore, today, the decisive battles are likely to occur in data networks, on the information spaces, as on land, sea, or air. Artificial intelligence, drones, autonomous systems, and quantum computing have redefined power projection. The Honorable Laksha Mantri recently remarked, and I quote, there is no fixed system of war and there is no rigid doctrine. Therefore, deliberate and continuous wargaming of all options, of all possible responses and outcomes becomes almost indispensable, not as an activity, but as a culture of preparedness. Learning from history as far as technology and its integration, history has repeatedly reminded us that technology creates advantage only when paired with doctrine and leadership. If you see the Babur's effective use of artillery, it transformed the medieval warfare on the subcontinent. Conversely, many nations initially hesitated to embrace the aircraft or the tank, losing valuable time and battles. Technology without conceptual clarity remains a potential unrealized. But then question arises as to who will share such niche technology. Nations have to depend upon themselves to create such technology. Hence, Atmanirbharta and indigenization are not mere slogans, but they are strategic imperatives. Integration of technology, tactics, and training must evolve together, guided by wargaming insights that reveal how innovations truly will behave in a conflict situation. And this is where you all students, as future innovators, actually fit in. If we come on to the domain of computer wargaming, no nation is ready to share this technology with anybody else. Albeit, we have to develop this technology on our own, and that's what we are doing presently. Even in this age of automation, the soul of warfare yet remains human. Data can inform us, but only people can decide. Algorithms can help calculate, but only leaders can inspire. Therefore, war in essence is both science and art. While machines may one day outpace the speed of us calculating, they will never replace the human capacity for judgment, adaptability, and above all, the moral courage. The future battlefield will reward the agile mind, people who can integrate data with their intuition and who can lead with clarity amid chaos will always lead the way. That clarity arises from systematic and immersive wargaming, and that is our modern mantra. It is here that ideas need to be tested in adverse situations, then they're required to be refined, redefined, and subsequently forged into doctrines. Tomorrow's leaders must be both thinkers and fighters, or those who can be termed as scholar warriors. The fusion of the intellect and valor, or we can say Shastra and Shastra, must define India's defense ethos. Our military leaders must not command, but also conceptualize, not just fight wars, but prevent them from superior foresight. For this, our scholars here And students must contribute by creating tools and ecosystems that will support decision making. It is here that the true academia military interface exists. We must leverage the tactics and technology fusion to meet the ends. A well-crafted decision-making models are an imperative. Around the world, militaries are accelerating into next revolution of warfare, integrating cyber, space, and autonomous systems. The competition is no longer about who's got the biggest arsenal, but who learns the fastest. India must seize this moment, not by imitation, but by innovation. The wars of tomorrow will not wait, and foresight born from wargaming will be our greatest strategic asset, for which the platform like these are long awaited and must integrate our minds and innovate. And you all students are the ones who will shape the future. The future battlefield is an ecosystem: land, sea, air, cyber, space, or cognitive domains are all really intertwined in real time. A weakness in one of them can actually compromise all. Multi-domain integration, AI-driven analytics, and rapid decision loops will determine success. Wargaming enables us to visualize this complexity before battle actually begins, turning overwhelming information into actionable intelligence. Lessons from Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor stands as a testament to the value of preparation and jointness. It's not just bravery that ensured success there. It was integration across the services, intelligence, logistics, and timing. Every move what happened was adequately rehearsed and every contingency examined to foresee the future. As Benjamin Franklin said, by failing to prepare, we prepare to fail. And in Wardeck, we say in war game, losing is learning and learning is actual winning. Because the purpose of wargaming is not just to come out with tangible outcomes on paper, but is actually to create wisdom in reality. Therefore, it may be prudent to confess that the war games are supposed to be played to bring out voids, bring out flaws in the planning processes, rather than having winning as the outcome. It's actually not about winning in a scenario. Often the greatest value comes out in losing it, because that is where the actual learning happens. The way forward, every crisis reveals simple truth: preparation is power. Whether the challenge is humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, or a full-scale military contingency, the nation that rehearses will respond faster, stronger, and smarter. Therefore, wargaming transforms reaction into readiness and uncertainty into insights. If a cyber or space crisis struck us tonight, how ready are we to act? Or are we only going to react? That is where the real question falls. Therefore, before I close, I wish to address the students directly present here. You represent the next generation of thinkers, innovators, and strategists. The future of national strategy and crisis management will rely not only on those who command in uniform, but equally on those who conceptualize, design, and simulate battlefields of tomorrow. Therefore, I urge you to channelize your curiosity and creativity into wargaming innovation, to be able to ideate, to be able to experiment, and to be able to create board-based games, manual or computer-assisted war games that can help the armed forces visualize future threats, test new doctrines, and redefine and refine decision making. Therefore, let this seminar not end up with just an applause but it should be a beginning of a moment, a wave of our young minds energized to make India the hub of indigenous wargaming excellence. I, from Wardeck, invite you to translate today's ideas into tangible learning. Design a board game focused on space, cyber, humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, drone warfare, and even strategic interactions. We at Wardeck will support you all the way. We already have 5 of your colleagues doing internship with us, and we wish to engage with more of you in future. Therefore, let this exercise become a collaborative test bed of officers, scholars, and innovators coming together to simulate crisis, stress test challenges, and build institutional wisdom. Because ultimately, wargaming is not about predicting the future. It is about preparing the minds that will shape it. I end my story here. Thank you, Jai Hind, and happy landings.
Thank you so much, sir, for those inspiring words. Mr. Navneet Bhushan, the founder of Graffiti, an innovation, strategy, and intellectual property research, consulting, and training firm incubated at IIM Bangalore. He is an advisor to deep technology companies such as Acclavis Tech and Zera Aerospace. He started as a scientist at DRDO. His corporate stints include Infosys, Philips, Wipro, and Hexaware, besides serving as India's CEO of CREX. Mr. Navneet is a visiting faculty for warfare simulations and strategies for MTech Defense Technology and for Strategic Design Management at National Institute of Design. Amity Institute of Defense Technology awarded him honorary professor title in 2022. He is a member of the board of School of National Security Studies, Central University of Gujarat. He is an adjunct professor at the prestigious National Institute of Advanced Studies. I would like to invite Mr. Bhushan, founder and director of Graffiti Consulting, to brief us regarding the workshop's agenda.
Thank you. So, Dr. Neeraj said, "Jara mat bolna, time ho gaya." So, I think first of all, I have a deep sense of gratitude, and also, I think love for people, students who are studying this particular subject. So, I think we should give a big round of applause for all the students. Really, I feel because this particular subject, see, we can fight, right? I mean, all of us can fight. If we have to fight, we will fight. And if we want to know about fighting, we will know. But if you really have to understand fighting, I think most of us will not be able to put that effort that is required to understand how warfare and war actually happens or why it happens. And in fact, human beings are the only species who have created so much organized violence structures. I mean, we are the only species who kill our own species by in such a systematic way of organizing violence. I mean, that is unique because I don't think any other species has that capability or that sort of a structure. So we are unique in that we have created warfare, or I would say, which is actually what the newer science or newer art is, we have designed warfare. So designing is separate from science and art. And as the lady said, operational art, right? That is exactly the planning became operational art. And I think around 2006, the Israelis started this systemic operational design, SWORD, and it failed considerably in Hezbollah's 2006 war, right? I mean, and that person who was the heading that particular sort of a initiative of SWORD, systemic, organized, operational design, he was removed. But around 6 or 7 years later, US actually picked up that particular SWORD and created military design thinking, which is actually a reform of operational art, which actually is in between strategy and tactics, so to say. Although people are calling it operational level, but there is of course a second school of thought which says that level is not there, it's art. So what we are going to do in these 2 days, today, we are going to, I mean, whatever time we'll get, we will go into sort of look at this particular part which he mentioned about the Chaturanga, right? Chaturanga, he said 4 limbs basically. 4 limbs of war, that was what he used to have. But today we may have 40 limbs maybe. How are we going to study that 4 limbs which were in the 64 squares? I mean, that you can study, but now maybe the squares also are different and limbs are also 40, maybe more, maybe 400. How do we study this complexity? How do we understand this complexity? So this is where the game that started with Chaturanga has become what is called politico-military gaming, or what can be called a multi-domain game. And in fact, suddenly it is beyond pure military or pure organized violence. We are actually talking about organized compellence and organized deterrence, which is much more political, much more different than purely military organized violence. So actually, humanity has evolved warfare and designed it to a level which is beyond art, beyond science. It is design. So how do we understand design? And that is a part of the second workshop that we'll do tomorrow, which is actually going to help ourselves to find out and maybe invent operational possibilities of newer ways in which we can design and invent operations. So that's the second part. Tomorrow we'll do it. Today we are going to play a crisis game, which will be sort of a scenario which I actually painted about when the new president joined USA, Trump. He actually shifted whatever thinking the world had previously. And so, in fact, I have a problem also because whenever I write a scenario, it actually happens. In fact, I remember Dr. Selvam Murthy was sitting there in 2001, 2021 in December. We had a scenario where we said the Russians are going to attack Ukraine after this Winter Olympics, which was happening in China. And actually, 3 days later, they attacked. I mean, actually. So I wanted to share with you that you are sitting in China field. So that was what we had. And so I'm very, very little bit, what shall I say, hesitant to actually play out the scenario. But I think we have to do because that's the only way to explore the future. And as I think all of us really agree, future is not something that is going to be in future. It is now. So we need to really study. Okay, so that's what I think. I hope not much time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It is my privilege to introduce our chief guest, Ms. Deepakshi Shah, Director, ISSA. Ms. Deepakshi Shah, an outstanding scientist, took over as Director of Institute for System Studies and Analysis in 2024. She is leading the Nodal Laboratory of DRDO, working in areas of operation research, system analysis, and computerized wargaming. In her illustrious career spanning over more than 30 years, she made immense contributions to modeling, simulation, and military wargaming. She started her career with DRDO at Naval Wargame Sagar in 1996. Subsequently, she was involved in various DRDO projects, including target motion analysis, naval operations analysis evaluation system, air direction and helicopter control simulator, high endurance underwater unmanned vessel mission planning. She contributed to the establishment of several frameworks and methods to support tactics, evaluation, and decision making. Her areas of interest include systems analysis, modeling, distributed simulation, and software engineering. She has several publications in international, national journals, and conferences. I humbly request that ma'am address the gathering.
Good morning to all. Respected Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Founder Director, Amity. Respected Selva Murthy Sir, Chancellor AUC and Chairman AIDT. Brigadier Bajaj, Commandant Wardick, a long time ESA partner, and someone who stole most part of my speech today. Professor Navneet Bhushan, founder director, Graffiti, a cherished colleague from ESA and a dear friend. Pro VC Dr. Khatri, additional Pro VC Dr. Khatri, Dr. Neeraj, the faculty members of MET here, and my dear students. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you all on this workshop for crisis and military wargaming. First of all, I would congratulate the organizers for creating this platform that brings together analytical thinking and decision making for crisis management. I am privileged today to share the stage with eminent scientists, thinkers, service officers, academicians, and the bright students of Amity here. So, in the unpredictable world today, which is turning from unipolar that it was initially to a multipolar organization, crisis is inevitable. So, as we see the change, with Navneet has also mentioned that the world order is changing. From the active First World War, Second World War, and the active wars which we witness even now, I think we are turning towards more silent wars. They may take the form of trade, they may take the form which Trump exercises, or some other form which we do not know today. And the ways of war are also changing. So, in this situation, to handle a crisis, to think clearly, to think analytically, and to act decisively will be an invaluable skill and asset to all of you here who will be attending this workshop and who will be practicing the various tools taught to you in these 2 days. So I'm very confident that this workshop will provide the participants with an environment where they can test their skills at strategies, expose vulnerabilities in the plans of each other, and understand the dynamics of working their way through a crisis. So this does not help you only in defense or understanding the ways of defense. In your future roles as adults in the society, it may also help you in your lives to handle crisis. So as Brigadier Bajaj was mentioning about Chaturanga, and then Navneet also mentioned about Chaturanga, we all talk about it because it dates back to the earliest of wargaming, which we knew in India. And as Navneet rightly said, that it had 4 limbs. So known then, which were those? Infantry, cavalry, elephants, and chariotry. So today we would say none of these are available with us today. A few of them are available. We don't go with elephants. We don't go with chariotry. But then we have increased the limbs. He mentioned 41 limbs. So how do you navigate through them all while making a plan? How do you navigate through it when you have a situation, when you have a crisis at hand? So that is something indeed to be learned, and it is complex. Believe me, it is. Add to it the dimensions of space warfare, information warfare, cyber warfare, then your psychological warfare. You know, wars are not only fought at land, air, and sea now, they are fought in multiple domains. And the psychological warfare also being a big part of it. When we were running into Operation Sindoor, do we still know how much of it was factual and how much is media created? So that is a part of psychological warfare or the information warfare. We still don't know what all happened. We are still wondering, did we get shot down? Did the Pakistan aircraft got shot down? So we still keep wondering. Somebody says what all came in media was not true. Some believe it. Some will provide you with evidence. So this kind of warfare is also very prevalent. So how do you navigate through all this when the information that you have is not decisive, it's not certain, there's so much of uncertainty in the information you have. So these are some of the skills that you may learn to develop during this workshop. Now, this Chaturanga later got popular over the world, and it came to be known as Shatranj in Persia. Now, incidentally, Shatranj was also the name of the first war game ISA developed and was installed at Wardeck. So that was also named as Shatranj. Now, if you go back to the ancient Indian times, Arthashastra gives you an entire treatise on strategy, on economics, on politics, and how they influence war fighting. So our roots in wargaming, in strategy, date back to those times. When the world was still being born, we were thinking of such deep-rooted philosophical thoughts of how these things work. So, isn't it very useful, and isn't it very, important that what we were doing way back then, we continue to learn now, and we also continue to practice it through courses like you are attending, also through the workshops those are being conducted. So let us take ahead our legacy and continue to be the front runners in what we were, in what our forefathers taught us. So I believe that all of us and the youth here today should be encouraged to study and practice this subject to contribute towards nation building in these aspects. Also, while I was looking at the schedule of the workshop, I saw a session that said, invent a military operation. So, invention is a learning in itself. When you try and create something, you're learning something new. So that's a very important part of this workshop. The topic also reminded me of a book called Anand Math. I don't know how many of you, you must not even been born when that book was written. So I don't know how many of you have read it, or even my friends here on the stage may have heard of it. So Anand Math was written by Bankim Chatterjee, where he imagines an alternative, version of history, where he imagines that the untrained sannyasi rebels have challenged the East India Company and in fact have defeated them through their strategy. So if you ever get a chance to read that book, I've read it in Hindi, so it would be difficult for all of you here to read that, but there would be translation. So if you ever read that, you have to see how beautifully he has, mentioned the strategy which these untrained sannyasi soldiers take on to and defeat the East India Company. So beautifully written. So I hope that in this workshop, there would be some such ideas that would come out. And as Navneet has already, frightened us with his prophecy that whatever he writes comes true. So I hope we will not have to use those ideas, but they should come out so that we have some alternate strategies with us, and the young minds can think of ways, to fight the war differently. Also, I saw a topic which in the parlance of wargaming, we say a debriefing session, but it said post-war game, post-mortem. So I was thinking this is definitely his vocabulary, game post-mortem, but it is a very important part of learning how to use a war game. So you have simulated, or it is on the board, it is on the paper, you have planned, you have gone to the end of it, and then what? So the lessons that you have learned through this war game are very important to be imbibed. So this is done to the game post-mortem. So that is an important part. So the topics in this workshop are not just tools, but these are strategic enablers that enhance preparedness and foresight. So I will urge the participants here to treat this session not merely as curriculum in which you read your theory books, in which you write certain tests or you write certain papers, but use it as a laboratory for learning. And also, you should experiment boldly. Don't think that your ideas would not have value or you would not be considered worth. Every idea, believe me, is worth it. You are going to thank yourself one day that you thought of something and brought it out and you let the world know of your idea. You must develop the ability to think critically. It is not that it is absent, it is just that we don't practice it. And that is why we don't use it. So this platform will give you opportunity to think critically and analyze each step as you go this crisis and military wargaming exercise. Now, Brigadier Bajaj has already spoken a lot about the wargaming in India and abroad. So, but since we are on the topic, I would also like to apprise you of what DRDO does on computer war games. So, ESA, as part of DRDO, has developed war games for Indian Army and the Indian Navy. For Indian Army, we have developed the brigade level and div level army war games, and they are regularly played at the army war centers across India. Our army, I hope, thus stays trained and prepared in the tactics and strategies of war fighting through these exercises and several field war games that they do on the field. The Indian Navy, on the other hand, exercises on the ESA developed war game that can be played from geographically separated locations over a van. So each of the players, that is the red force, the enemy is usually known as the red force, the blue force, which is our own force, and the allied forces are all geographically separated in various cities of India, and they play over a van. They participate from different places over a van, and a central node, which is called the controller or the umpire, it monitors them from a central location. So this is how the naval war games are played these days. And in future, the ships at harbor or the sailing ships would also be able to participate in this game. So imagine the expanse of the war game where you are situated in the warfare centers. The forces are on board the ships and everybody can practice and participate in a common war game in a common scenario. So that is going to be the expanse of what India will do. Also, as we know that the wars are not limited to land, air and sea now. So these war games will also have the effect of space warfare, cyber warfare, information warfare, psychological warfare. So this is how in future we are going to, and that future is not very far, where we will incorporate all this into our war games. So all of you who are the students of this subject, I would request you to think in this direction. I would request the amity officers here to collaborate with ESA, to collaborate with other labs of DRDO in making this a possibility. In the field of AI, the war games have much to achieve. We are thinking of having an automated adversary, that is an automated red side, which would help the blue side own force trainees to achieve more via their training. Now, today when we have the red side, that is a war game has two parts. You have the blue side players, which is your own force, which is getting trained for war fighting in the future battles. And you have a red side, which is the enemy. So who sits on the enemy side? It is our own officers who are practicing as an adversary country, an enemy. Now, since we've all been trained on a common platform, it will be a little difficult to behave as an enemy. We know the minds of each other. So, if we have an automated adversary wherein we can build in the tactics of how China thinks, of how other countries think, then maybe we could provide a more challenging front to train our own forces. To achieve that end, we would like to collaborate with Amity to make an AI effort. Also, since India is moving towards theaterization of forces, ESA has also entered in the domain of development of joint inter-services war games. Soon we will have an indigenous tri-service war game, a prototype of which has already been developed and demonstrated, catering to the requirements of joint theatre commanders. So, since the platforms or the limbs of war fighting have increased, the ensuing crisis which you are studying now, today may precipitate for any of these domains. We need to now be more skillful in multi-domain crisis identification, assessment, and responding to the unexpected events. So the insights you gain here may guide you tomorrow to respond to real-world contingencies in your life, in your workplace, in the businesses you handle, and it will definitely enrich your experience of handling things better. Now, in the context of national defense, crisis gaming has long been a silent but powerful tool. Through strategic war games, our defense ecosystem continuously refines its understanding of emerging threats. Such exercises strengthen coordination among services and other government agencies. They allow experimentation of new doctrines and help build mental model of response mechanism. So when we do these exercises, we are not actually making the plans for future because the future situations are not known today, but we are making a mental model. We are enabling the mind to think better in the times of a crisis or to absorb the intelligence that is around you in a better way and to execute better. That is what we are doing through training here. So don't expect that a plan would be right in front of you once you have undergone such training, but your mind would be able to function better is what we are aiming at here. With India's growing emphasis on indigenization and network-centric capabilities, the insights drawn from such games are invaluable in shaping doctrine, technology development, and in training. So exercises like these must not be just one-off events, but these must become a part of a large continuum of learning. So we must regularly have these exercises in the presence of experienced, skilled people who are practicing this, who are teaching this. And believe me, there are not many people in India whom you will find on the subject. Few have gathered in this hall, and there may be a few more which will help you do this. So we must have a collaborative platform of all such participants and give a thrust to this activity. I congratulate the organizers once again for this thoughtful initiative. I wish all participants an engaging, insightful, and successful session ahead. And I thank all of you for inviting me here. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deepakshi. Honorable Founder President has sent a message while he has been listening to all both the presentations by our guest of honor and also the chief guest. He has sent a wonderful message. First of all, appreciating them. Then he has also asked me to announce Anand Math, the book which you mentioned, written by B.C. Chattopadhyay ji. He said he has already ordered one and he will order many things for the library also. And so thank you, Founder President, for listening to both the presentations and also giving your thoughts, immediately responding. This is Amity. This is Dr. Chauhan. So let's give a big clap to Founder President for this. So the speed is important, the decision-making speed. So this is what is Amity. This is what is Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the Founder President. And thank you so much, sir. Now we'll proceed with the rest of the proceeding.
Thank you, sir. We would now like to present a token of gratitude to our guests that will remind them of our associations for the years to come. May I now request Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri, Dr. W. Selvamurthy, Professor Dr. Neeraj Kumar, and other senior members to present the mementos to our guests. Now, may I request Dr. Narayan Sharma, Assistant Professor from Amity Institute of Defense Technology, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello. As we have come to the close of this inaugural session, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all who made this event a great success with their presence. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Ms. Dipakshi Shah, Director of ISA, Guest of Honor Brigadier D.S. Pujat, Commandant Wardak, for gracing this event. My special thanks to Mr. Navneet Bhushan, our founder president, sir, Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri, Dr. W. Salvamurthy, sir, honorable guests from ISA, DRDO, and WARDEC, and our wonderful audience for their valuable presence. We are truly privileged to have you with us today for this valuable session. Your presence definitely added immense value to this occasion and continue to motivate us to strive for excellence. We are also grateful to the management, faculty members, support staff for their seamless arrangements. With this, we look forward for 2 enriching days of learning, collaboration, and innovation. Thank you all once again and have a wonderful session ahead.
हाय नंदिनी, हाय, मैं दिख रही हूँ। दिख रही क्या?
चाइना के पहले पाकिस्तान
India, Pakistan, Russia, China, and USA. Okay, I mean we have specific names, and I have just sent the scenario for in each of the WhatsApp groups. So if someone is not in any of the groups, kindly tell me, or you can talk to any of these groups. They will add you. Okay, I think you can go to the particular group and get added. Because मुझे बताने के बजाय वहाँ पे उनके साथ बैठ जाइए, और क्योंकि 5 groups. What is your group? Super Blue. Only 2 of you. One more. So Super Blue is USA. Anyone wants to join them? You can just get. कोई है जो सुपर ब्लू, खाली कोई है इस वक्त जो नहीं है? आप भी सुपर ब्लू हो, तो आप उनके साथ बैठिए अब जाकर। 2 सुपर ब्लू हो गए पहले ही। अच्छा, इंडिया होम में which where is India? 4 people are there. So this is India group. Anyone wants to join India group, we can join. What is your group? China. China group is there, right hand side. Anyone wants to join China group, you can join. Then Russia. Russia is the second group. We have, anyone wants to join Russia, you have. How many people are there in Russia? 6. Oh, that is Pakistan. How many? So Pakistan is supposed to be the most active. आप सबसे पीछे पीछे छुप के मत बैठना, सबसे ज्यादा काम आपको करना है. Okay, so everyone is in some group, WhatsApp group. China we have just only 3 people. How come? चाइना में 3 ही लोग हैं. ये पॉपुलेशन मैक्सिमम है, 3 ही कैसे करें? तो anyone wants to join China? हाँ, मे बी जो 6 वालों में से आप में से एक चला जाए उधर, जो 6 पे है ना, रशिया में से आप उनमें से चाइना के साथ ऐड हो जाइए. Okay, so one point is all people, I mean the students who are, I mean in the WSS group, right, and in the WSS class, each group should have at least one student of the WSS class. Okay, is that right? So you, China we have one student, India we have one student, Pakistan we have one student, Russia, who is the student, who is the WSS student, and this one is India, Super Blue, USA. So we have a WSS student. I sent you a PPT of PDF. It has the scenario. Please go through the scenario. Then we'll discuss what is to be done next. Okay. If you have any questions, you can let me know. I'm going to make a presentation.
उसे वहीं से चलेगी सर. नहीं वो वहाँ से मैं पीपीटी दे दो, आप उनको स्लाइड दे दूंगा मैं आपको, स्लाइड के अंदर वो नेक्स्ट आ गया. हाँ मेल वही है, OD@meet.me OD अरे भेजा.
प्लस 5 कौन सी हमारी प्लस 5 है यूएस प्लस 5
The one who obeys others. Gold red is Russia.
Okay, let me explain. All of you have the PPT, this PDF. Every team has the PDF. Hello. आप हाँ तो ना तो बोल दो सबके पास है Okay, so what I'm going to explain is the scenario that we are actually looking at. Okay, the scenario is important from the point of view of basically looking at evaluating the scenario is your task. Okay? From the point of view of what we call situation assessment or assessing the scenario and its impact. So there is a particular format that I want you to use, which I will share in the Excel sheets, which I'm going to share in each team's group. Okay, but the scenario I'm going to explain first. But before that, what exactly we are doing is called crisis gaming or seminar gaming or political military gaming or free form gaming. Now the form part, the form of the game. So you have in a game, as we discussed in the class also in the game theory class, versus the war game versus simulation, there are three differences, right? So we actually discussed there is typically rules, procedures, and data in any game. Here the rules or the form of the game is relaxed. So we do not have any specific type of rules here when we are playing this particular game. Whereas in the normal game, you will have specific rules to be followed and constraints to be followed. Okay, so that is the difference here. And what it will give us is some sort of a prediction, and not exactly prediction, some sort of a experience of understanding the decisions that we are going to take or the people typically take in these crisis situations. Okay, so our aim is to give you the scenario first. I'm going to read the scenario. All the scenario elements are in the PPT that is there in the group. You can go through that, but let me explain the scenario from the point of view of playing the game. So I'll explain the meaning of playing the game later. First, let us look at the scenario. So we are looking at January 2026. That is about 2-3 months ahead. Okay? Yes, no बोलते रहो, मुझे पता नहीं लगता सुन भी रहे हो. Okay? So objective of the gaming exercise is to understand how extreme crisis situations and deep threat to the sovereignty of a nation could emerge and can be responded to. So by deliberately, we have created a very worst case scenario for India. Okay, it's a deliberate creation of the worst case geopolitical scenario that we may face, India may face. And it is designed to see how in nations, all these 5 nations interacting specifically for this particular purpose. The scenario name is called fluid peace. I am going to explain what do I mean by that. We need to play out the crisis and whether and how the disaster could be avoided or actually run through. That means the objective of this particular people or actors which are actually playing this particular type of scenario, whether their objective is met or the defender is able to somehow wriggle through that. So defender in this case is Team India. Where is Team India? So you need more firepower, more intellectual power to understand what you're doing. And you have, I think you have enough. Sorry? Okay, so initial scenario, actually this scenario I wrote sometime in March and then refined it in September because we played a particular game with Rashtriya Raksha University in Gujarat. Same game, but that is slightly changed now, that scenario. So aim, of course, is to study the dynamics of real crisis when the sovereignty and even existence of blue is threatened. For blue, where blue's existence in the form that we have is potentially threatened. And this is actually a sort of a scenario which is worst to worst case scenario for India. Okay, this is not a prediction. First of all, no scenario, no crisis game is a prediction. So we are not predicting any particular future. We are simply saying if this happens, what could play out. Okay, it's basically figuring out what are the possible forays, what are the possible ways in which such scenarios can emerge, and what sort of threatening situations or threatening aspects we may have, and how these 5 countries play this out. Okay, so the scenario has 5 teams. Red is China, So red is China, right? Where is red team? Which one is the red team? So we have red team. We have blue, which is India. We have blue team here. Super blue is USA plus 5 eyes, meaning UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and USA together. Okay, where is US? So you are basically 5 eyes, 5 teams, okay, 5 countries together, which is a Western English-speaking world. Okay, together they are this superpower or the super blue. Okay, then we have old red, Russia, which is Russia team. Okay, so Russia and India are potentially going to sort of see through this particular crisis in some way, and you need to figure out what you have to do. So we'll step by step we'll work it out. Then we have Pakistan, which is actually a instrument in the hands of the super blue and the red, as per the scenario. Where is Pakistan? Okay, but you are going to be the most active in terms of coming out with variety of possible organized violence activities. Okay, so the background is there. I think it's there. If you read the scenario, it's already there, but let me explain. So we have country green and country blue have a history of hostility that goes back to more than 7 decades. Blue and green are basically India and Pakistan. So they have fought 4 major wars and have come close to war many times in between. Country red, which is China, has seen tremendous economic rise in the last 40 years. Of those, the last 15, it has taken a remarkable transformative route to build its military prowess based on cutting edge and many times field defining technologies and innovations that are unprecedented. So China has been a remarkable shift that we have seen, and this is where the Chinese team has to now sort of reach to the so-called superpower status. Reaching close to superpower status, it is engaged currently in superpower competition with Super Blue. So that is right now going on. Super Blue became a global superpower, which is USA, right, after World War II and established a world order based on rules that it has led in defining and enforcing. Super Blue, however, had been in Cold War with Old Red. So Old Red is Russia. So till 1990-91, when the Soviet Union disbanded and became Russia and other countries. So that's sort of a history that is written. Right? Blue and red are neighboring countries, which is India and Pakistan. Oh, sorry, India and China, whose governing systems changed in late 1940s when India became independent and China came under communist rule. Right? 1949, the Chinese Mao rule came. Immediately after World War II, red became a socialist communist nation and blue becoming a democratic republic. So that is what is the history that we have. Despite the early friendship and their new existence and history of ancient cultural exchanges, they fought a major war in the early 1960s, which is 1962. In the last decade, the tensions between blue and red has arisen, which is from 2015 onwards when Xi Jinping came, and we had all those issues specifically when Trump came in the previous term, that 2016 onwards, right? Blue and red have risen, and their demarcated borders have become active with substantial military deployment, which is the situation. Super Blue in 2021 has a new president, which is some portion you take, some portion we'll take, and we have an agreement where how we will divide. Okay. Duopoly, in this plan, all those nation states who could threaten the new world order, which is duopoly by these two superpowers, would be redesigned, cut short, or divided to become less of a threat and more manageable for a peaceful world order. Okay. The blue was considered an immediate target for re-architecting, with green used as an instrument of slicing and dicing. All care was taken to make this a deniable operation. Okay. So you understand the implication of this scenario? So this is the picture that we have, which is a fluid peace scenario, which is brink of annihilation and a peace war plex. And this is next 5 years, we are going to have something like this. So scenario is, as I said, the fluid peace is the two superpowers want to re-architect and sort of minimize the possible power or possible capability that any other power below them could rise to their level. So anyone who is outside this or who doesn't want to agree to this particular re-architecting has to be cut short or divided or changed. That's the objective. Okay. So in this duopoly, they need to really sort of see what is the way to do that. And to do that, as I said, blue is the main target of fluid peace. Blue is really a sort of they have a plan to sort of re-architect using green as an instrument of re-architecture. Okay. So old red is already weakened by its 3-year war with Ukraine and prefers to keep a low profile. Emboldened by this geopolitical situation, green was given a tacit understanding to decide on an aggressive attack on blue to take back a contested region in the north of blue, which is Kashmir and that area. It is planned that green will launch an air and missile attack on 17th January 2026, which is a D-Day, along with ground offensive in north of blue area. So that is a plan on 17th of January, that's 2026 is the plan. So green is to attack, supported by China and USA. Red also initiate an operation. Simultaneously, China will also initiate an operation to take down key satellites of blue through activation of its Western Theater Command Aerospace Support Force that was working as part of PLA Strategic Support Force till April 2024. And now the ASF has units and specific capabilities dedicated to its Western Theater Command that is responsible for all military actions against blue. So when this attack comes from green, green also is including Pakistan and Bangladesh, by the way. So you are actually looking at both. Okay. So you are going to attack from both sides. You consider it one sort of a unit, one team together. And this China is going to take few of the satellites that are relevant and important for you to operate and understand this particular attack. Right. So in some way they are going to eliminate. So D-Day is set for 17th January 2026. D minus 4 days, which is 13th January 2026. Old Red Intelligence got a confirmed document of the new architecture of fluid peace. So Old Red, which is Russia, right? You are Russia, right? So Russia sent a document to India saying that this is what you are going to get. Fluid peace is a sort of they got this particular shocking fluid peace architecture, and Old Red saw that the next target after blue will be Old Red. So after blue is re-architected, definitely Russia will be the next target for this re-architecting. So D minus 3 days, which is 14th January 2026, Old Red sent a sort of a message to blue with the key elements of fluid peace document. Blue government must take actions to counter fluid peace. So everything depends on what blue has to do now. So given the above, key variables of interest are, as the D-Day of Green's attack on blue on 17th January is approaching, what are the chances that blue will be able to detect, identify, track, and establish the true intentions of green, red, green, and super blue actions, and also establish which asset of blue is under attack and through what means? Blue in this scenario must do the above only with its own capability, because no one else is going to help blue. That's the scenario. आत्मनिर्भर का मतलब यही है. So it is January 15th, 2026. Okay, so right now we are in January 15th, 2026 with all the scenario elements that we have. Okay, so here game starts, and what we have to do, Indian side has certain specific questions to answer, how to qualify US China nexus and all these which are there in this particular slide, which is there in your presentation also, and where can we get some sort of a help, or in what form we can get help, is the question that we need to ask. Pakistan Bangladesh side, which is green side, is actually the sort of a hidden player. Russian side, old red side, installing a puppet regime in Ukraine is your main objective right now. Then assisting India by selling a lot of arms and oil with great profits, obviously need money. And then there is also this thwarting fluid peace designs, but you have to sort of a support and also collaborate with China. You cannot get away from China anyway. So Russia is actually caught in sort of a peculiar type of a problem because they have to agree to China and yet not agree with China. Okay, so this is where the dynamics is really what China and India will do in this sort of a scenario. Okay, US of course is really into reawakening the US power, world power, creating chaos, applying power in every way, monitoring fluid pace with an intent to strategically weaken China. Interestingly, this will, as per their sort of a calculation, this may sort of a get engaged. China may get engaged in certain operations where China will get weakened, as per their calculus. Okay. Compelling India to be subservient state, of course, is the major sort of a US requirement, so that you get the markets as well as the manpower to do what they want to do. So team US, hello. सर अभी गेम स्टार्ट कर दिया, मैं एक बंदा बोले जा रहा है, आप अपना लेक्चर देना चाहते हैं? हेलो, यूएसए सुपर पावर आई नो, बट सुन तो लो. So US deep state wants to a more manageable world, initiating calibrated military asymmetry action. So question is how to prioritize and execute, how to collaborate and fight with the enemy. Enemy for US actually is China. So you have to collaborate and fight with the enemy also. You need to figure out how to make this happen. So now since there is no game controller, I will be the game controller. So I'm going to sort of look at what each one of you will do and try to compare it. Okay, now the question is what we have to do. Each team has to create what is called a situation report or sitrep of this scenario. Okay, so there is a format in Excel which I'm going to upload or send it to each WhatsApp group. For China, there is, format is same, but I have just named the Excel in different. So you have to use that. Maybe you need a laptop in each team where you need to open the Excel sheet and fill that part. Okay. Each team to list down the threats and challenges they face. Each team to list down key objectives for them ahead. Each team to write down main course of action that they will initiate on 16th January 2026 with specific expected outcomes. Remember, अटैक अभी हुआ नहीं है, 17th को होना है, राइट? आपको 16th को पता लगा ये कब होने वाला है इंडिया को. अब आप क्या क्या करने वाले हो सबको पांचों. Okay, so please send in your team in the Excel sheet. The Excel sheet has this sort of a format. You can see some sort of a questions about. First, you need to sort of figure out what the other four teams are going to do. So, what will be their course of action? So, if you are Team India, you will say what Russia will do, what US will do, what China will do, what Pakistan will do. You have to fill this for the first row. Second is, if they do A, B, C, D, whatever you write, what will be the impact of their action on you as a country? What strategic posture you want to take against or with them? Any countermeasure support? So you basically fill up this sort of a format, each team against the other four. So this is what has to be some sort of a assessment of the situation. Okay, so this is one sheet that you need to fill. And then you need to come out with your action plan. So you write down what are your key action plans in the second sheet. What are the specific action A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4, which you would like to take. Write down your strategic actions that you will take or starting from 17th of January 2026. Then for each action, you need to say why you are taking it. So whether it is a military sort of a outcome that you're expecting, geopolitical, economic, or any other outcome that you're expecting for the action that you have written in the previous sheet. Okay, so there are 3 sheets will be there. Once it is done, once this all 5 countries have written their Excel sheets, please post in your WhatsApp group. So I'm going to sort of, game controller is going to pick up all those and going to do some sort of analysis that by evening we will be able to discuss that. That's the game. Okay, we'll do the game post-mortem. As Dipakshi was saying, it's actually debriefing, but because post-mortem is a more interesting word, because looks like post-mortem may be required because scenarios like that. Okay, so all of you are okay. I mean, it's not a prediction, but it is a scenario. Okay, so now I'm going to send. नहीं ऐसे कैसे तो अब आप लगाओ, आप इंडिया को स्ट्रेंथन करने जाते हैं, 1-2 बंदे ले लो. Okay, so I'm going to now give you each one of you one Excel sheet. I'm going to upload. Is it okay? आप स्टार्ट कीजिए, पहला फिर सूचना उसके बारे में. ये डॉक्टर नीरज विल टेल. सर लंच का क्या इनाम है इसका? वर्किंग लंच है. लंच करके चले जाएंगे, वापस में आएंगे. ये सिनेरियो ऐसा है इनका. 230 what time you start? 230. Start at 230. Okay, so meanwhile I'll send the Excel sheet, please. अभी क्या टाइम है? 4:30 तक भेज दीजिए, उतना हो जाएगा। 4:30 तक प्लीज सेंड द You're a student of AIT? आपका कोई क्लासमेट है? You are the only one. You are the only one in the class. So we are halfway to it. So अभी, what I suggest you join one of the teams. and give your WhatsApp number to them. They will include you in that group. You can just join. Which team you want to be? It's 5 teams: India, Pakistan, China, Russia, US. आपको कौन से पसंद है? आपकी इच्छा। आप लोग इसमें सब लोग हैं ना? ये जो 3 लोग बैठे हैं रशिया के साथ इनके साथ
What course will impact in the first?
What will be their course of had? What impact their action may have on your team?
So first of all, let me just हम क्या action लेंगे
वो कहाँ लिखा हो? आपने कहाँ लिखा? ये तो लिखा है कि वो क्या लेंगे भाई? What will be their course of action? रशिया क्या करेगा उस सिनेरियो में? आप क्या लगता है? वो अपना नहीं लिखना, वो क्या करेगा आपको क्या लगता है? फिर वो जब वो करेगा उसका इम्पैक्ट आपके ऊपर क्या होगा सेकंड है, क्योंकि आप ये कह रहे हैं मुझे लगता है ये करने वाला है, जब ये करने वाला है तो इसका भी ऑब्वियसली ये करेगा तो आपके ऊपर इम्पैक्ट होगा वो सेकंड। फिर आपको उन्होंने क्या करना वो लेना। लिख लो भाई जो जो करना चाहते हो पहले वो लिख लो जो जो करना चाहते हैं और फिर बताइए, फिर मैं आपको एक प्रोसेस है हमारा जिसमें आपको ये सब अलायंस करनी है, किसी से बात करनी है, पार्टनर से, वो एक इवेंट्स होंगे, वो नेक्स्ट पार्ट है। फर्स्ट इज यू नीड टू फिल द फर्स्ट शीट। Hello, hello. Yeah, one specific question. I mean, one team wanted to have some alliance with some other country. Okay, so that will start after you have finished. Each one of you have finished the first sheet, meaning first sheet and second sheet, meaning all the three sheets. Then we'll start the events part, which is based on your analysis. You want to have some discussion with someone, any of these teams. वो events का होगा start. That will start afterwards. Okay. Understood?
नहीं इंडिया में कर दिया सही है। व्हाट विल बी देयर कोर्स अहेड, हमने बोला अच्छा वो डिप्लोमेटिकली ये करेगा, दैट ये करेगा, उसके बाद उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट आया मैंने हम क्या करेंगे, डिफेंसिव करेंगे, पॉस्चर करेंगे, डिप्लोमेटिक करेंगे, कुछ करना था हमारे को और हमारे काउंटर मेजर है अगेंस्ट मतलब वो जब करेगा तो उसके बाद हम क्या करेंगे हमारे
हमारे ऊपर जो आता है वो हमारी
मैं बोल रही थी रशिया का
higher organic
हालत तो खराब हो रही है समझ ही नहीं आ रहा वर्ष हो गया लेकिन तो हमारे आपके एक्शन है ये आपके पास आ गई आपके एक्शंस क्या होंगे सिनेरियो को सॉल्व करने के लिए उसको देखना है मेजर एक्शन
ये साथ क्या बोला हमारी and blog Pakistan another word support again. By using then by using forum like fix and साइबर नहीं है
Provocative action is there. Provocative action is and provocative action should
हमने स्क्रीनशॉट में भेजा तो पोल्स फॉरवर्ड नहीं होते हमने स्क्रीनशॉट और लेकिन वही है कि हमसे मांग रही है पोल्स उसमें फॉरवर्ड नहीं होते अगर मैं पोल क्रिएट करूँ इंडिया वांट्स टू सी एस कितना दिन
So इसको सिर्फ टाइप कर लो इंक्रीज रेट री इन्वो करें
You want to propose a backup?
वो 35 तो हो गया
मेरे को स्प्रेडशीट मेल करनी है स्प्रेडशीट मेल करनी है ना
स्प्रेडशीट आपको मेल करने का है यू एनालाइज आप एनालाइज ये अनाउंस कर देंगे स्प्रेडशीट में वो स्टार्ट करके हम स्प्रेडशीट्स आपको भेज देते हैं सारे ग्रुप्स को
सर हाउ कैन
ये वैसे काम कर रहा है वैसे मैं अटैक बन लिया हमारे रोज काम आ गया ballistic missile vaccine
our government should be violate to you and send it on quite an insane market. Yeah, they will discuss. One you wait and open Indian market for tiny product. In terms of economy, you are progress. Yes, because we are in war right now. As you know, this is you can't accept anyone as a good under uniform. If you facilitate at one of the Andaman Islands or
Read what it is. 0%. The criteria but you need to buy more. Sir, इतना हम आपको कैसे दाव लगा रहे हैं और ये एग्रीमेंट आगे हम आपके जान बता रहे हैं यार तुम्हें नहीं भाई नहीं अरे तुम पेड़ तो क्या कर रहे हैं स्टेज है सर स्टेज का बात है
शांति
आपके लिए करने बताते आपका क्या प्रपोजल है हमारी मांगा ही हमने चाइना और इसको भेज दिया, हमें नहीं भेजा। अमेरिका को नहीं भेजा, अमेरिका को नहीं भेजा। सेंड को हमारे पास काफी है भाई। ये नहीं है हमारा क्या कोई भी हो गया पाकिस्तान को बैठने की होगी सर वो स्टेट आपको शेयर करता है Sir, we have sent a proposal for. Yes, sir.
From Russia, we have sent 3 proposals. USA, China, and India. नहीं भाई हमको बता दो कर देना सर वैसे आप फोटो को दिखाओ वीडियो हाँ अब जाएंगे जाएंगे तब ये जाएंगे तो तिवारी स्पोर्ट
वीडियो वीडियो को करने का क्या कैमरे लगा रखे हैं तो क्या करना है सर जी जी
सर अभी कुछ देना होना तो नहीं है ना मैं मुंटो मंडे तो नहीं देना है ठीक है एक बार बात कर तिवारी जी को एक बार कॉल कर देना मैं ठीक है सर अच्छा ठीक मैं दे
कुछ है
Okay, we can stop, I think. We can stop. So we got all the events. Okay, all the events. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the analysis. Tomorrow morning we can have the postmortem because it will take some time for me to क्या ऑपरेशनल वो करवा रहा है ना
Hello. Morning. Tomorrow morning we'll start at 9:30. It will be fine. So आप join कर लेना 9:30. So after doing the postmortem or summarizing this event, whatever you have done today, we'll start the new thing in the tomorrow. And again, that will take time. So kindly come at 9:30. Sir. Not here. We'll